All right, welcome. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook. I am currently live on TikTok and on YouTube. So welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, I actually will be making Macarona Béchamel. It is a very popular Egyptian style pasta made with bechamel sauce, penne pasta, and ground beef. So let's go ahead and get started. Right now, you guys are going to be receiving a behind the scenes look of what I go through in terms of when it comes to producing these recipe videos that I post to my social media pages. So with that being said, the first thing that I do is I go through and I record all of my voiceover audio. So I have my notes typed up here. Anything that is above this bold line right here, that's essentially for my intro. Anything below it is for the steps of the actual recipe itself, the instructions, like step by step. And then the very last page is my ingredients, the ingredients I will be using to make this bechamel pasta, or as we call it in Egypt, Macarona Béchamel. Macarona is Arabic for pasta or macaroni. And if you notice, anything that is highlighted in yellow on my notes, that is essentially a way for me to know when it comes to shooting that clip that I need to readjust the camera so that the camera actually shows all of me as I am physically saying whatever it is that I have highlighted. And the reason for the large print is because I am legally blind. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease as a teenager. It is a form of macular degeneration that affects your central vision. So there are things that I have to do differently, such as when it comes to reading, I need to use very large font. In this case, it is 25-point font in Arial font. So without me doing this, then it makes it really difficult for me to actually see whatever it is that I am reading. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. First thing that I always do anytime I create content is I record my voice over audio. So let me slide this out of the way so I can set this here for now. Let me turn on my lights. I also need to turn on my camera. My camera is connected to this monitor right here, which helps me see whatever it is that is being recorded. Let me actually tilt this like this. I need to take off the cap. There I am. So for this first part, it's very simple. I just go through and I read my lines. Like I said earlier, anything above this bold line over here, that's for my intro. So I will not be reading those lines up until I finish cooking the Macarona Béchamel or the bechamel pasta. Anything below this solid black line, that is what I will be reading, with the exception of anything that is highlighted. Those highlighted parts are where I will actually be saying it in the act of doing whatever it is. So like, for example, right here at the top, I will be saying, while waiting on the bechamel sauce, cook the penne pasta. So for that part, I don't use it as a voiceover. I say it in clip during that actual physical shot. So let's go ahead and get started. And once I finish recording all of my voiceover lines, then I will rearrange and I will go ahead and start preparing and cooking. In this case, the first thing that I'll be preparing will be the onions and garlic. And then we can start, then followed after that, I will be making the bechamel sauce using flour, butter, and milk, and some spices or seasonings, I should say. Then after that, I will be cooking the penne pasta. And then after that will be the lahma. And then once everything is cooked and prepared, then I can go ahead and assemble the Macarona Béchamel, and it will go in the oven to bake, and then it will be ready to eat. But first things first are all of my voiceover lines. Over medium heat, melt butter, add flour, and mix it until it browns. Now add milk while you whisk it. Season it with ground nutmeg, sea salt, and black pepper. Bechamel sauce takes at least 30 minutes to prepare. And it should have a consistency like this when it is ready. Fry diced onions with minced garlic. Once it begins to brown, add the lahma. Break it up and season it with ground coriander, sea salt, and black pepper. Just when the lahma browns, remove it from the heat. Drain any excess fat. And mix in tomato sauce. Add a layer of bechamel sauce to the baking dish. Let me re-record. I'm going to delete that clip. I'm going to try that one again. Add a layer of bechamel sauce to the baking dish. Half the macarona goes on top. Now add the lahma. I'm going to try that one again. So let me get rid of that first clip. Now add the lahma. The second half of macarona goes on top of the lahma. And the final layer is bechamel sauce. here it is, fresh out of the oven. Egyptian style Macarona Béchamel. To get this picture perfect look, let the Macarona Béchamel cool. I stumbled saying cool. I went to say cool down and I got tongue-tied on it. So let's get rid of that one. Let the Macarona Béchamel cool down. All right, so that concludes recording all of my voiceover lines. All that is left for me to record in terms of the things that I say are any bullet points that are highlighted here in yellow. So up next, turn my monitor like this, and I need to adjust my camera as well. So let me turn it like that for now. So for this next part, I actually don't need this camera on because I need to slice some onions and prepare some garlic. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move my TikTok over to here. One second, I need to adjust. Right, and then my YouTube, let me go ahead and get you guys moved over here. And I am hoping that everybody can see me okay. So when you have a cutting board that likes to slide all over the place as you're slicing, a very simple way to reduce that is just take a piece of paper towel, make it a little bit wet, like so. I just folded it in half and made it wet. Just put it underneath the cutting board. It does not slide as much. If I spread it, let me open it, it should reduce the sliding even more. We should be okay. So now I essentially just have to, I'm going to dice the onions. This I usually do off camera. You usually don't see me in the final cut of my recipe videos that I post to my page. You usually don't see me dicing the vegetables. I usually just do that off camera. Sometimes, like here and there, I might show it, but not, for the most part, I do not show it. But since we are live, you guys get to see all of it. Hopefully these onions do not tear me up. So far, so good. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and for today's live, I am working on making Macarona Béchamel, which is a very popular Egyptian style pasta, also known as Béchamel pasta, but in Arabic we call it Macarona Béchamel. So right now I am attempting to peel this onion. Cannot get a good grip on the peel here. Once it's peeled, I'm going to dice it. Then I also have some garlic that I need to prepare. So for this dish, later tonight, once I finish recording all the shots, I will be working on editing it, and this will essentially be my New Year's special, which will post sometime January 1st, probably super early in the morning based on what time I finish editing it. It will be my New Year's special. A lot of times people will make New Year's resolutions to diet and, to eat healthy and to go to the gym and all of these types of things. And let's be honest here for a moment. Within 2 weeks, most people will give up on their New Year's resolution, and then they will continue to pay for the gym membership for the rest of the year without ever using that gym membership. So what I am doing is I am cutting to the chase, and I'm making something that is delicious. It's an amazing comfort food, and there's essentially nothing healthy about this dish, considering that it uses 1 stick of butter. So I kind of dropped the ball on that one, but that is okay. Onions are peeled. Now let's peel this garlic and we can start chopping. Last year, for New Year's, I made Egyptian style goulash, which is a crispy and savory phyllo meat pie. It uses phyllo dough sheets, which is the same sheets used for phyllo dough is what's used for making baklava or baklava. So I had posted that on the 1st, and it was actually my first video to go viral in general. So it was pretty exciting. And it kind of took the same approach as this, where there's nothing healthy. Like if you're on a diet, you should not be eating goulash. Just like if you're on a diet, you should not be eating Macarona Béchamel. Got a few more garlic cloves to peel here. And then we can start chopping. Okay, I'm not even gonna mess with these super tiny garlic cloves right now. So in place, I am going to take a few larger ones in place of all those really tiny ones. And here is the last one to peel. And of course, it's a super tiny one. The peel was misleading and inflated, but it is what it is. All right, garlic is all peeled. Just putting it back in the bowl. Onions can go on top just for a moment. And I will be right back. Just need to dispose of all the peel right around the corner here. And I am back. And I am back again. So let's go ahead and start with the onion. So I just shave off like a little piece, so that way the onion can very easy, not gently, but very easily sit on that side, and you don't have to worry about it rolling away. So for the, oops, did not mean to do that, but that's okay. For the onion, I am just simply dicing it. That's one onion down. One more to go. So just shave a little piece off the side there. So that way it can lay flat. Don't have to worry about it rolling around as you're slicing. Almost done with the onion here. I'm just going to go through and give it a rough chop. I'm not trying to make it super fine or anything like that. Just your average diced onions. All right. Onions are all set. Let me push that closer to you guys. I'm going to wash my hands. Now for the garlic. If you've ever diced garlic, you will know, you may have noticed that it likes to stick to both your fingers and especially to the knife. An easy way around that is before you start dicing the garlic or chopping the garlic, just run a little bit of water on your knife and along your fingertips. So I will be right back. So as simple as that, just ran the blade under the water, and the garlic should no longer, you should not have those that sticky fingers feel from the garlic. Slides right off the knife, and it does not stick to your fingers. Based on the amount of garlic that you are preparing, you may have to run a little bit more water onto your fingers and blade, just based on the amount of garlic you are preparing. So I may have to do it for this, but we will see. If you are just joining into my live, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook, and I am currently working on, well, I'm currently dicing some garlic, but the dish that I am currently working on is Egyptian style Béchamel pasta, or as we call it in Arabic, Macarona Béchamel. It is a very popular pasta in Egyptian culture, and I am making it for the New Year's. So thank you for joining in with me in my kitchen. The knife is starting to get a little bit dry, so I'm going to make it run a little bit of water on it, same as my fingertips. And that will keep the garlic from sticking to both the blade and to your fingers as you are preparing the garlic. Almost done with the garlic here. Once the garlic is all set, we can set both the onions and the garlic to the side, and I will bring over the countertop stove and we can start preparing the bechamel sauce. All right, going to go wash my hands. So I will be right back. All right, so the onions are all set and the garlic is all set as well. I'm just going to set these off to the side because we will be coming back to it soon. Right now, I can get rid of the paper towel I used to reduce the sliding of the cutting board. So up next, this is where I can actually start the cooking process, anything underneath that bold line. So considering that this part is highlighted where I say over medium heat, that part I need to adjust the camera. So the camera that I'm actually using to record my shots is behind you guys. So you'll no longer be able to see that part of it. I want to be able to keep, well, YouTube is down here and TikTok is right here. I want to be able to keep you guys more at this point of view. So anytime I go around the counter, it is because I am adjusting the camera that I'm using to record for the final cut of this recipe video. So let me go ahead and turn that on. I will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Adjusting my monitor so I can see what the camera is seeing. I need to grab the pot from underneath here. Excuse me. All right, I need to circle behind you so I can adjust the camera. Just bear with me here, please, as I do this. And tomorrow, you will be able to see the final cut, which will be posted across each of my social media platforms. One stick of butter. A whole lot of milk. And then I also need to get the flour ready as well. It's going to be 1 cup of flour. All right. Have everything that I need for this portion. So for this first shot that I'm about to record with my camera, it's going to be me essentially holding the pot like this, and I drop it down as I am saying over medium heat. over medium heat. So any of my lines that I record where it shows me, I always review it. So that is what I'm about to do right now. Okay. Now I need to drop the camera down. Adjusting the camera. So that was the next shot, a continuation of it, where I refocused the camera to show more of just the pot. That didn't work out. Let's try that again. I need to adjust the angle to, so let me get rid of that clip. All right, adjusting the camera angle. To drop it down lower. So that way for the final cut, it will appear better. Well, at least I hope it does. One more adjustment. And we should be good to go. All right, so now those shots are done. Now I need to adjust the camera again so that viewers can see inside the pot. So right now I'm raising the camera angle. All right, let's see how it looks. I actually need to bring it in closer, so I need to make another adjustment. All right, I think that should be okay. I apologize for the leg now being in your way, but this is just temporary for these next few shots that I need to get. All right, flame is back on. I need this spoon. I also need a whisk. Right. So up next, we're going to melt the butter, add the flour, and mix it. Good thing the butter fell in the pot instead of falling out when it hit the rim. Let's review that, just see how it looks. All right, that'll do. All right, so I'm just waiting for the butter to continue melting. Once the butter is fully melted, because I did use 1 stick of butter, then I will go ahead and incorporate the flour. I will continue to mix it until the flour, until it browns. And then I will add a whole lot of milk. I'm not going to use the full gallon though. I'm going to use approximately 8 cups or half a gallon. So I'm just going to use my best educated guess for that part. It's half a gallon. It's 8 cups that is required for this recipe. Going to slightly turn up the heat just a hair. Butter is about halfway melted. Once the stick is fully melted, then I will incorporate the flour. The final cut for this recipe video will be posting to my page tonight, sometime in the very early morning, possibly around 1, 2, or 3 o'clock in the morning, based on how long it takes me to edit this video. So definitely stay tuned for the final cut of this bechamel pasta that I am currently working on. This will be for my New Year's special video of what I will be posting. Instead of doing what most people do where they post, something healthy, I'm cutting to the chase and I am making something that people actually enjoy. Because let's be honest, if we're being honest here for a moment, and there's a lot of math and statistics and science out there showing data on how soon people give up on their New Year's resolution, and the percentage of people that have gym memberships and do not use them at all whatsoever. So I'm cutting to the chase and making a food that is actually enjoyable for the New Year's. Last year I did something similar and I made Egyptian style goulash. and it went over very well. So I'm continuing the process by doing that for this year as well. So the butter is now all melted. Now I'm going to take the shot of incorporating the flour. Once the flour is incorporated, you whisk it. So during this process, it will clump up and it will start to brown. I definitely need to buy a new whisk because this one keeps on breaking the handle. So I have to hold it awkwardly. It does like to go inside of the whisk, so that's why I'm tapping it like so. Plus, it does not help that my whisk it likes to break. So I definitely need one that does not so easily break. All right, so that is all set. Now I can incorporate the milk. And I'm going to be adding the milk while I whisk it. All right, that's about half the gallon, maybe a little bit more, but that's okay. Because as it cooks, it will reduce and thicken. So when making bechamel sauce, it is important to frequently whisk it, especially at the beginning, to ensure that no clumps form. Another sign too, like especially at the beginning, you can tell by the way it feels at the bottom of the pot. But then when you lift the whisk out, you will see, so there still are like a little bit of clumps because they will usually get caught inside the whisk. So you want to do your best to break up any and all clumps when making bechamel sauce. So frequent whisking is crucial. So let me do it one more time. Let's check. Nothing inside the whisk. So we are good to continue. So for this next part, I will be adding the seasonings. Up first is a splash of nutmeg. followed by salt and pepper. That was nutmeg. Now I need to get the shot for the salt and the pepper. Once the seasonings are incorporated, whisk it. All right, for this next shot, I need to move the camera out of the way. So one moment, guys, while I adjust the angle, I should say, excuse me. Just one more moment, almost set here. As I adjust. All right. So for this next part, the reason why I adjusted the camera, because I will, as I'm whisking it, I'm going to say, be sure to frequently whisk the bechamel sauce over medium heat, minus the So be sure to frequently, be sure to frequently, be sure to frequently whisk the bechamel sauce over medium heat. Continue. Now, instead of saying be sure, I'm going to say continue to frequently whisk the bechamel sauce over medium heat. Continue to frequently whisk the bechamel sauce over medium heat. Continue to frequently whisk the bechamel. Let's try it again. Continue to frequently. All right, take 3. Continue to frequently whisk the bechamel sauce over medium heat. All right, that one should be okay. Let's review it. We're good to go. All right. So I'm going to turn off the heat over here. I'm going to relocate the bechamel sauce over to the stove, to my actual stove. Looks like TikTok has that puzzle thing that it likes to do. It's telling me that it's wrong. Let's try it again. All right, we're back in business. All right, up next is to prepare the pasta. Actually, I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. All right, so right now I am, so up next is the actual pasta itself. For the sake of like the final cut of the recipe video, for this, I mean, cooking pasta is pretty self-explanatory on how to do. So it's just going to be very quick, short clips of the cooking process of the pasta. Once I get that going, then we can move on to the lahma, the absolute best part. Besides the bechamel sauce itself, the lahma is my favorite part for obvious reasons. A little bit of bubbles are starting to form at the bottom here. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my live. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook, and welcome to my kitchen as well. Right now, I am currently working on making bechamel pasta. It is very popular pasta in Egyptian culture. In Arabic, we call it Macarona Béchamel. So I'm currently live on TikTok, which is up there, and YouTube, which is down there. So right now, I do have the bechamel going on the stove behind me here. I need to give it a quick whisk. So bechamel sauce is about 1/3 of the way done, I would say, approximately 1/3. We need still like another 20 minutes or so for the bechamel sauce. Currently working on the pasta, then after that will be the lahma, aka the ground beef. Lahma is Arabic for meat. Is one of the things, one of the words that I enjoy saying a lot, and it is one of my catchphrases where I say, "Where's the lahma?" So it's just, yeah, that's what's coming up next. Going to give the bechamel another whisk. And as the bechamel is going, I may need to adjust it and add a little bit more milk, but we will see how it goes as time passes. So this video is part of my New Year's special. A lot of the times what people will do for New Year's, they will make their New Year's resolution be, I'm going to be healthy, I'm going to diet, I'm going to go to the gym. And then within a matter of anywhere between 1 to 3 weeks, people completely give up on their New Year's resolution, and they go back worse than ever. So, and they continue paying for their gym membership for the rest of the year without ever using it. So what I'm doing is I'm cutting to the chase, and I'm making bechamel pasta. It's heavy on carbs, it's heavy on the fat because of the butter and because of the lahma, because of the meat. So I'm taking a different approach, and I'm making something enjoyable for you that you can actually enjoy. With that being said, last year for the New Year's, I made Egyptian style goulash, which is a crispy and savory meat pie. It's layered with phyllo dough sheets and ground beef and a whole lot of butter. It also uses 1 stick of butter. And it was actually my first video to go viral on my social media platforms, especially on TikTok and Instagram. And if you're on my TikTok live, if you swipe over to my page, you will actually see that goulash video is pinned to the top of my page. And if you are on YouTube, it is not pinned, but it is also on. It actually did not go viral on YouTube. My YouTube was still underperforming, I guess you could say, at that point in time. But with that being said, I'm making Macarona Béchamel for the New Year's. The water is almost at a boil. We're getting there. The bottom is a lot of bubbles now, and a few of them are starting to pop up. So a couple more minutes and we will be good to go. Going to give the bechamel sauce a quick whisk. And I'm actually going to add some more milk to it. Right. We are almost there. Another line that I will have to record is where I say, while waiting on the bechamel sauce, cook penne pasta. So once I have the pasta in here, then I will go ahead and record that line. The camera is already in the position that I need it to be in to record that. So it should be a quick and easy shot for me to make, or for me to take, I should say. Then I also have to record a shot of me saying, now prepare the lahma. So actually, let me take that out of the refrigerator. Can set that over to the side over here. We are almost there. The The water is almost at a boil, so we are close. So I'm going to be using a 9x13 baking dish. For that size dish, it does require like at least 24 ounces of pasta. So pasta is ready. Couple more minutes and we will be good to go. I am super excited for this. Macarona Béchamel is definitely one of those dishes that are great for any gatherings that you are hosting. Make Macarona Béchamel. It is definitely a family and friends favorite. Anytime you make it, they will most likely be asking for it again and again and again because it is that good. So next time you're having some sort of family gathering or you want to try something new with your family, definitely make this Macarona Béchamel recipe. It will not disappoint. One more minute and we will add the pasta. Pasta is in. I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to relocate this to my actual stove. I need to record my voiceover line while waiting on the bechamel sauce cook the pasta. Let me adjust the camera. While waiting on the bechamel sauce, cook the pasta. So that one I'm going to turn into a voiceover. I originally had it highlighted. I don't know why, what I was thinking as I was writing this. But that was a quick and easy fix. Just wiping down the water that splashed. Now the fun shall begin, because this is where we prepare the lahma. Be right back. Dispose of that plastic, and I'm going to wash my hands. I also need to whisk the bechamel sauce. Going to stir the pasta. This I no longer need. So for this next shot that I'm going to take, I'm simply going to lift this up like so, and I'm going to say, now prepare the lahma. Now prepare the lahma. All right, let's review it. All right, I'm good to go. Move this out of the way. Now I need to set up for this next shot, so I need to realign my camera angle. So I do need to go behind you guys where I am currently out of frame, so I could adjust the camera. This next part, I'm going to do a pan flip. If you've seen any of my other videos, you'll know that I like to do a pan flip. I don't know why. I just randomly did it one day, and now I do it anytime I'm about to set the pan on the stove. Just simple as that. It's just a little twirl. I don't know why I do it, but I do it. It is what it is. Going to adjust the camera down. I need to go a little bit lower. Just adjusting the lens so we can see the flame. All right. Now one final adjustment for the camera. Let's see how we look. I'm going to raise it up just a little bit. All right. And now I'm going to zoom out and we should be good for this next shot. Going to whisk the bechamel sauce. It is starting to thicken up a little bit. So we are about halfway through, I would say, with the bechamel sauce. That is olive oil. So this is the part where we fry the diced onions and the minced garlic. And then once they become translucent, start to brown a little bit, then I will incorporate the lahma, aka the ground beef. And then we will season it with ground coriander, sea salt, and black pepper. So let me get the coriander ready. So that's done. I need to grab the onions. See if the oil's ready. All right, we'll get the sizzle. So that's the onions. Let me pick up everything that I dropped. At least I made, you know, a good amount of it in the pan. All right. Up next is the garlic. Like I said earlier at the beginning when I was dicing the garlic, a good way to prevent that sticky garlic from your fingers and from the knife is just to make your fingers wet, and same as the knife. All right, so that is done. Just ran some water on the blade. It slides off like butter each and every time. right. I can get these out of the way. So now you just let the onions and the garlic cook. Let them become translucent and brown a little bit so that way they reduce. Then we will add the lahma. I'm going to whisk the bechamel sauce. Going to check on pasta. Pasta should be almost up. If you are just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and right now we are making Macarona Béchamel. It is a popular pasta in Egyptian culture, also known as Béchamel Pasta. So we are almost at the tail end of this recipe video. After this, we will be adding the lahma. Then all that is left to do is essentially finish off the bechamel sauce, which is almost ready. It's behind me on the stove here. And then we will layer it in a baking dish. And once it's in the baking dish, it will go in the oven to bake. And then it will be ready to serve. So we are getting there. We are almost there. Going to whisk the bechamel. Pasta should be almost up. I wish I had my countertop where on my kitchen island my stove was here, because then it would make it easier, especially when for the purpose of when I go live. It would make it easier for each of you to see everything as it is going. The onions are starting to soften a little bit, but we need them to cook for a little bit longer. So here's how the onions look so far. One piece did not just want to get off. So in a few more minutes, we're going to add the lahma. We're going to break it up. Then we're going to season it with ground coriander, and then sea salt and black pepper. And once the lahma just about browns, we're going to add just a little bit of tomato sauce to it, like approximately a quarter cup, not anything too extreme. And then we can start layering the pasta. Let's check the pasta. About 1 more minute on the pasta. Right now I am whisking the bechamel sauce. This will help trap the steam, which will help reduce the onions much quicker than with the lid off. All right, one final check on the pasta. All right, I'm going to go ahead and drain it. Pasta is drained. All right. Let's check on the onions. We need a few more minutes on the onions before we can incorporate the lahma. Going to whisk the bechamel sauce. When making bechamel sauce, it is important to frequently whisk it because the bottom of the pot will always become thicker in comparison to the top. So the milk and the sauce itself will be thinner at the top than it is at the bottom. So frequently whisk it, that way you can get a nice thick consistency as you are preparing the bechamel sauce. So it does take at least 30 minutes to fully prepare and cook based on the amount of ingredients that you use, like the butter, the flour, and the milk. That trifecta is what you need for making bechamel sauce. Then of course the salt and pepper and nutmeg, and you can add other seasonings too, but those are the three primary and must-have seasonings when making bechamel sauce. And you frequently whisk it, and in no time you just made yourself a very thick and creamy white sauce known as bechamel sauce. All right, we are almost there with the onions. Lid is going back on. I think I'm going to have to replace this butane canister soon. Hopefully it does not happen during this cooking process, but we will see. I'm going to whisk the bechamel sauce. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost there. We are at the tail end here. Now it is just a matter of time and essentially waiting. The lahma is about to go in any moment now. So that way we can cook that. I have it right off to the side here. This is 2 pounds of 80% lean ground beef. You could use a leaner ground beef if you would like for this recipe. Because once it is cooked, you do the best that you can to drain any of that excess fat. And then once that is done, the bechamel is almost ready as well. And then we are going to layer it in a baking dish. So we are almost there. And once it's layered in the baking dish, then we bake it in the oven for at least 20 minutes. All right, the onions are starting to get some color, which is good. Let me turn on my camera again. So I just have to circle around you. Just waiting for it to kick on over here onto my monitor. All right, let me move the lid out of frame. You don't need to see that. So the onions now have some nice color to them. So I just shifted it to the side. And I am going to come in with the lahma. Going to wash my hands. Now I'm going to break up the meat, break up the lahma. Once the meat is broken up, then you add the seasonings. Looks like some flew out of the pan. No casualties. Now I add the seasonings. First up is the ground coriander. Up next is the sea salt. Followed by the black pepper. All set with the salt and pepper. Now I mix it. Just seeing if I have any more recording lines where I actually have to say something or just the camera. So right now I'm good to go. Just to continue mixing this up and letting it cook. All right, I'm going to whisk the bechamel sauce. I'm going to turn up the heat just a little bit. All right, a few more minutes for the lahma and we should be all set. Then I'm going to transfer it or essentially remove any of the excess fat from this. Then I'm going to incorporate tomato sauce, just like a little bit of tomato sauce, about like a quarter cup or equivalent to 4 tablespoons. And then we're going to check on the bechamel sauce. I still have one other shot that I have to take of the bechamel sauce once the bechamel sauce is ready, because it does become thicker in consistency. And then we will layer the bechamel pasta and bake it in the oven. All right, that was the shot of me essentially pointing at it, because that's my voiceover where I say, once the lahma begins to brown, remove it from the heat. And then me going like that. And that was me just taking that shot of removing it from the heat. Now up next is bowl. Just going to slide the entire stove to the side here. Let me move some of these things out of the way. Just adjusting the camera angle for this bowl. So for this next part, just simply transferring the lahma if I could find the spoon that I'm looking for, that would be great. There we go. Found it. I'm essentially transferring it to remove any, or to drain any of the excess fat from the meat. So I'm just coming in with a spoon that has the holes in it and squeezing down to really push out any of that excess fat. I'm just taking a shot of each time I drop the lahma into this bowl, which is why I'm currently not saying anything. We are almost there with all the lahma. I don't know if you can hear that draining, but it's a lot. All right, down to the tail end of the pot. So I'm not sure if YouTube, if you're able to see it because of the camera angle, but there's at least a bowl's worth of soup, aka fat, at the bottom of this pan. So you don't want to include that in making this dish. Here's what I'll do actually. So there still is some lahma at the bottom that's caught in there. So here's what I'm going to do in this little bowl. Any leftover onions. So you don't want this in with your pasta. Let me get any leftover pieces of lahma out of there. If you use a leaner ground beef, then it will make this process easier for you. All right, this can go off to the side. Let me rinse this. Put away the countertop stove, no longer need that. Get that out of the way. Now up next is the shot of me adding the tomato sauce to the lahma. Doesn't need that much. I'm also going to whisk the bechamel sauce. So like I said, all this really needs is about a quarter cup of tomato sauce, which is equivalent to 4 tablespoons. And once you add the sauce, just mix it. So you don't want to go too heavy on the sauce because then it will blend with the bechamel sauce, and you do not want that to happen. It's just a little bit of tomato sauce for the lahma. If it essentially turns deep red, if the lahma turns deep red, then you definitely added too much tomato sauce. All right. Actually, a few minutes ago, I did say that I was all set with the countertop stove. I was mistaken because I need to take the final shot of the bechamel sauce. So let me put this up a little bit. Bring the bechamel over. And for this part, I need a ladle. The aroma this gives off is heavenly. All right, I need to adjust the camera angle for this shot. So just bear with me, please, as I make the necessary adjustment. I need to make one more adjustment. Bear with me, please. Right now, I'm just watching that last shot I took to see how it looks. Going to give it a few more minutes here. So I'm going to swap out the ladle back to the whisk. Another thing I'm going to do at this moment is turn on the oven. 400 degrees Fahrenheit. That was hot, really hot. I'm also going to grab a baking dish at this time. I'm using a 9 by 13 Pyrex. I can move this back over to the side because I need to prepare the new camera angle as well as for get ready to start layering the bechamel pasta. All right, for this next shot, I need to adjust the camera so that way It shows me. Simple line where I say, now let's layer the bechamel, the bechamel pasta. Now let's layer the macarona. Now let's layer the Macarona Béchamel. Now let's layer the Macarona Béchamel. Going to review it, see how it looks. Now let's layer the Macarona Béchamel. Should be okay. Adjusting the camera angle so it focuses more on this baking dish. Need to lower it a little bit more. All right, that should be okay. All right, for this layering process, it's very simple. It starts with the bechamel sauce, not all of it, just some of it. So bottom layer is bechamel sauce, followed by the pasta, followed by a layer of the lahma, followed by more pasta, and then the very top layer is more bechamel sauce. That was the oven, letting me know that it is ready. And I made a mess as well. You know, if the baking dish was a little bit more to the right, I would have had 100% accuracy. in making it. Up next is the pasta. So bear with me here for one moment, please. Where's the spoon? So I'm not actually mixing it in the sauce. You just want to simply make an even layer for this bottom layer. So I'm actually going to gather a little bit more pasta. For that corner, all right. So you just want to have a nice even layer. So first layer is the bechamel sauce. Second layer is the pasta. And then the third layer will be the lahma. Fourth layer will be more pasta. Fifth layer will be bechamel sauce. So that was just a shot for the final cut. All right, looking good. Now I can come in with the lahma. So same thing as you did with the macarona. Just spread it to all corners of the baking dish to have a nice even layer. All right. Now I need to gather the rest of the pasta. And then we can layer it and move on to the final layer, which will be the bechamel sauce. Oops. Same as before, nice even layer all the way across. And if there's any extra, you don't want it to be too thick of a layer, just enough to cover it, because we still have bechamel to go on top. All right, I think we look good. Want to make sure that the edges are good and nothing's really, especially near the edges of the baking dish, that's not really like sticking out over the edge in any manner. All right, should be good. Now let's come back with the bechamel sauce. I can move this plate out of the way. Hopefully I do not spill any bechamel sauce like I did at the first step. We are almost there. So I completely missed this corner that is closest to me. So now it's essentially just covering any like sections or pieces that you may have missed along the way. Oops. I need the other spoon instead. I'll make it easier. Just want to ensure to cover that all the pasta is covered. So I'm pressing it down one last time, but this time being extra gentle. because of the bechamel sauce. All right, let me move this out of the way. Wash my hands. I need to grab another towel because of my mess. All right, so for this next shot, I lift it up and then I'm going to rearrange the camera angle so that it's focused on me. And that's where I say bake this in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 25 to 30 minutes. So that is what is next. So that's shot number one. I need to wipe the edge of this side off. Right. Wash my hands. Now I need to adjust the camera angle up so it focuses on me. Almost got it. Just one moment, please. So for this next shot, I do the same motion of lifting it up. And then when it comes time to editing, I'm just going to mesh the two together so that it has a smooth transition. And then this is where I'm going to say, bake this in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 25 minutes. Bake this in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for about 25 minutes. Let's review it. Okay. Then switch it to a broil for about 2 to 5 minutes. Then switch it to a broil for a few minutes to give the top layer some color. Then switch it to a broil for a few minutes to give the top layer some color. Let's review. Then switch it to a broil for a few minutes to give the top layer some color. Very good. All right. Let's move some of this stuff out of the way. So YouTube, I'm actually going to switch you this way. And TikTok, I'm going to switch you guys a little bit this way too, so you can see the oven. This portion. So just let me rearrange some things as I get ready. I also need to bring my camera over to align for the oven shot. Let's drop the angle down. So that shot is done. One thing that I also do is I get ready for the following shot of when it comes out of the oven. So I need to adjust the camera again to have it good and ready for when it comes out of the oven. So YouTube, let me turn you guys back this way. Welcome back to your original position. And TikTok, welcome back to you as well. Maybe just clean up my spot. All right. So that spot is clean. So this is going to be the shot for when it comes out of the oven. I do it before it actually cooks, or bakes, I should say. It's easier for me to line it up before it is cooked rather than after it is cooked. So I use this placemat as a guide and reference. Then once I have it positioned, I just leave the placemat there while it bakes and we're good to go. All right, I think I found that nice sweet spot. Pasta's going in the oven. 25 minutes. All right. So now I need to clean up. So lucky for you guys, you get to join me on this part. Let me turn off this camera because I do not need it for now. So as you can see, what's happening here. My kitchen is a hot mess. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 pots and pans. Got the colander, whole bunch of plates, silverware, cutting boards, giant bowls, small bowls, whole bunch of things. Let me give you guys a quick look of the mess. So 1, 2, 3 pots, whole bunch of plates and silverware and utensils and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and clean up. And I just moved the the placemat like an idiot. Oh my goodness. Why did I do that? All right, let me adjust really quick. Oh my goodness. Why did I do that? Actually, I can just use one of these as a mop. All right, that should be okay. All right, so I'm going to make some space. Then I'm going to move you guys over to there as I clean up while we are waiting on the pasta to bake in the oven. I don't know what time it is. I'm just going to say 8 o'clock. All right. That works. All right, I cleared up some space. TikTok, welcome to new home. Here we are. And YouTube, let's relocate you as well. Welcome to your new home. So I need to buy a second tripod so that way next time I go live on both platforms, the angle could be much better. Move this pot out of the way for now. All right. While we're waiting on the Macarona Béchamel to bake in the oven, let's clean up my mess. So I pretty much put everything in the dishwasher with the exception of pots and pans. Colander's not a pot though, is it? I don't know. You tell me. Remind me, please, to get a new whisk so it does not continue to break each time I use it. We have about 20 minutes left on the macarona, which is currently baking in the oven. And then we will be switching it to broil mode for a couple minutes, just to give it some nice color on top. All right. Up next are the cutting boards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the kitchen, for the most part, is clean, with the exception of a little part of the countertop section over here. Things are sizzling in the oven right now. I am about to switch it over to a broil once I finish cleaning the rest of this countertop. Smoke detector is probably going to go off because some of the bechamel sauce did overflow, which is okay. I mean, it's expected. So it's currently at the bottom of the oven and it is sizzling. So expect any moment now for the smoke detector to go off. YouTube, I'll give you guys a first look how we're looking in there. So the macarona itself is fine. It's just at the bottom there. That's what's going to set off the smoke detector. All right, and TikTok, you guys can have a look now too. So macarona is fine. It's just the bottom part that overflowed that is going to cause the smoke detector to go off. Oh my goodness. Just bear with me. Oops, let me turn on the fan. This was bound to happen. Let's see. Hold on. Oh. All right. Now let's switch this to a broil just for a few minutes. So after this, I'm definitely going to have to do a what's it called, the self-clean, the oven clean, because it is going to be a hot mess in there after this dish. So I just switched the oven over to a broil, to a high broil, just to give the top layer some color. So it is currently, well, this clock isn't accurate because I kind of just randomly set it at 8 o'clock. It currently says 8:24. So I let it bake for basically 25 minutes. That's 24 plus 1. So I'm letting it broil now just to give the top layer some color. And then it will come out of the oven. I'll set it over here on the placemat, which is right to my right, or to your guys's, also to your guys's right. Then I'll take a few final shots, say my remaining lines now that I will have the Macarona Béchamel ready. And then we can eat. So we are almost there, guys. Thank you for all of you who have joined in thus far. And for those of you who are just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook. I am currently making Macarona Béchamel. Smoke detector just went off because some of it overflowed in the oven and hit the bottom rack and started to burn, but that's okay. But any moment now, it will be coming out of the oven and will be ready to serve soon. I do have a few more recording lines that I need to complete before we can eat. Once you switch the oven to broil mode, it is important. Just check it like every minute or so. You don't want it to you don't want to let it go for too long, because in a matter of a few seconds, it can go from looking fine to being completely charred. So you just want to change it to switch it to a broil, just to give that top layer some nice coloration. It will look random in a way, kind of like spotted. So that's the goal once you switch it over to broil mode. So here, YouTube, let's give you guys a look. This is about 2 minutes into the broil, as it just splashed. And now the smoke detectors in the bedrooms are going off. Okay, there's the last one. Oh my goodness. Let's try this again. Oh my goodness. It won't stop. All right. Oh my goodness, please stop. This is a disaster. All right. The ones in the bedrooms just need to stop. Oh my goodness, really? Okay, YouTube, you know what? You're coming with me, and TikTok, you're coming too. Sorry about this, guys. All right. This is so bad. Okay, I definitely need to turn off the oven now because it is starting to get some color. Color on top. We need to get these smoke detectors situated. I'm half tempted just to remove them. All right, YouTube, you get the front POV. All right, TikTok, you're all the way over there. Hopefully that's the end of the smoke detectors for this Oh my goodness. Please stop. All right. Hopefully this is the end of the smoke detectors episode. Oh my goodness. All right. Take 3. Hopefully this is the end of the smoke detectors portion. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Oh, this is so bad. Please stop. Please stop and stay stopped. All right. Take 5. Hopefully this is the end of the smoke detector. Oh my goodness. It just won't stop. All right, I'm gonna open the front door and let it air out a little bit because it obviously just wants to keep going and going and going and going. Oh my goodness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Happy New Year. That was your surprise fireworks show for tonight. I didn't know how else to say it, and I've been trying to keep my mouth shut this entire live. I just really wanted to surprise you guys with the fireworks at the end. So see, now I think it is actually done beeping. So let's relocate again. All right. TikTok, I'm just gonna set you here for now. YouTube, right over here. So I'm gonna turn the oven back on broil, so that way we can get a little bit more color on top. And then we can move forward with probably setting off the smoke detectors again. Oh man, that was fun. All right, I'm gonna switch the oven back on to broil again. All right, oven is back on to broil. I'm just going back to the front door. Open it up a little bit. All right, I think we should be okay. I hope so. I really hope so this time. That was a fun little adventure. Welcome to my kitchen where disasters usually happen. If it's not the bechamel going all over the counter, then it's definitely the the smoke detectors going off for 10 minutes of tonight's live. So thank you all for tuning in and bearing with me as you got a little bit of entertainment, a day in the life of me cooking and the disasters that happen. Yeah, that was a fun little adventure. Let me check on the top of the macarona, see how the color looks. All right, TikTok, I didn't give you guys the look of the top layer, I don't think. So here's how we're looking. We're almost there. All right, get you guys back over here. And YouTube, let's give you guys a look. We are almost there. I definitely need to purchase another tripod, or at least learn how to go live on multiple platforms at the same time. If there's a way that you can do it off of one camera, and any of you know who are tuning in right now, please let me know. Send me a DM, whether it's through TikTok or Instagram or any of my social medias. My contact information is also can be found on all of my social media platforms. If you know of a way where I could simultaneously go live off of one camera, that would make this process much easier for me. It would essentially streamline the entire process for me. If I could use one camera to go live on all my social media platforms at the same time. So that way everybody has essentially the same shot, same audio, same everything, and it would not take up as much space here, considering that I do have limited counter space for where I can place each camera. Because right now I currently have three cameras going. I got YouTube down here, I got TikTok over there, and then I have my other one up here that I use for the actual content that I post to my social media platforms. So if there's a way for me to refine that, and any of you know, that would be much appreciated. All right, we're starting to get a little bit more color on top. If I had taken that shelf, because the shelf in the oven right now is currently in the middle. If I had raised it up one more layer for the broil mode, the broil mode would be going much quicker. But considering that the shelf is still in the middle, it does take a little bit longer, which is okay. Better to be safe than sorry. All right, so once it comes out of the oven, I gotta take the shot of me setting it on the placemat. I do have a few lines to say. For example, I do have to record myself saying let it rest for about 15 minutes. And then I'm going to record a line saying Happy New Year while like I'm holding the Macarona Béchamel. I'm going to say Happy New Year. Then I'm going to sarcastically say, it's not Happy New Year, it's Happy New Lahma. And then after that, I need to record all of my intros where I say, well, where's the Lahma is going to be my final line. And then my intro is going to be essentially where I'm mocking people. Going to say, oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. And then that's where I come in and I say, okay, khalas. Let's be honest, you're going to give up on your diet within the first couple weeks while continuing to pay for your gym membership for the rest of the year. And then I continue to say, instead of living in misery, try this Egyptian style Macarona Béchamel and be happy. And then I say, Yallah, Bismillah, which is Yallah is Arabic for, it's a form of encouragement, which means let's go. And Bismillah is a short prayer meaning in the name of God. I'm supposed to say it before any time you eat or drink anything. You're supposed to say Bismillah. Then once that happens, then we can eat. So one final check, hopefully on the macarona. All right, turning off the oven. Move this out of the way so I don't accidentally set it on fire. I need to turn on my other camera so I can take this shot. All right, camera's back on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here it is, fresh out of the oven. So some of the macarona, I did put a little bit too much macarona on top, so that's why it did crisp up like that, the macarona. If I had like a deeper Pyrex dish, then you would not have this issue, because then you could layer the bechamel better on top of it, but that is okay. It will still be good. This is gonna be super hot. Let me grab a plate or a small dish. This one's going to be a little bit crunchy. Yallah, Bismillah. The bechamel does taste good. I just should not have layered it so incredibly high. I need to adjust the camera angle. Just bear with me, please. Need to adjust it some more. Let this rest for about 15 minutes. Let's see how it looks. Okay. And during that time, I can record all of my other lines that I need for the intro. So the next line I'm about to record is where I say it's not Happy New Year, where I say happy, how do I write it? Where I say Happy New Year, it's not Happy New Year, it's Happy New Lahma. So we'll see how it goes. Happy New Year. It's not Happy New Year, it's Happy New Lahma. That was a little aggressive, but that's the whole point. Right. Oh my! I skipped what I skipped what I was supposed to say first. All right, let's try it again. I'm supposed to say, "Where's the lahma?" and then I say the oh. All right, so where's the lahma? Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. All right, I completely skipped the where's the lahma part. So let's try it again. Where's the lahma? Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Let's see how it looks. Mm-mm. I need to say it all together. I can't pause like that. My New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, khalas, let's be honest. All right, so I could at least stop it there. Actually, let's be honest. You're going to give up on your diet within the first couple weeks while continuing to pay for your gym membership for the rest of the year. Oh, that's so bad. Whatever. It is what it is. Where's the lahma? Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, khalas, go on a diet and be miserable. I said it wrong. Did I? Oh my goodness. Okay, no. Okay, khalas, let's be honest. Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, khalas, let's be honest. You're going to give up on your diet within the first couple weeks. Okay, khalas, let's be honest. I got this. Where's the lahma? Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, khalas, let's be honest. You're going to give up on your diet within 2 weeks and then you're going to continue paying for your gym membership for the rest of the year. All right, that one was better, but I did stumble on my words. A couple in the middle, so I'm going to do it again. I still continue saying it so that way hopefully I don't mess it up on the next take. Where's the lahma? Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, khalas, let's be honest. You're going to give up on your resolution within a couple of weeks while continuing to pay for your gym membership for the rest of the year. I got this. Where's the lahma? my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, خلاص, let's be honest. You're going to give up on your... I started saying you're going to give up on your gym membership. I meant to say you're going to give up on your resolution first. I had it that one. I'm going to get it this one. Where's the lahma? Oh, my New Year's resolution is to go on a diet. Okay, خلاص, let's be honest. You're going to give up on your resolution within 2 weeks while continuing to pay for your gym membership for the rest of the year. I think we have a winner. Let's review. Yep, we do have a winner. Oh my goodness, all right. I hope you guys are enjoying this. And I hope when this video posts tomorrow, I hope you guys enjoy it. Oh my goodness, all right, what's next? Okay, خلاص, I already did that. Instead of living in misery, try this Egyptian style Macarona Béchamel and be happy. Okay, so that line I'm going to record after I slice. I'm going to cut into this, lift up the slice and plate it, and then I will record that line. That line is where I say, instead of living in misery, try this Egyptian style Macarona Béchamel and be happy. And then after I slice it, I also need to record the line where I say, Yallah, Bismillah, which is what I say before I eat. All right, I'm going to adjust the camera so that way I can take the shot where I am cutting it and taking it out. So just bear with me, please, and thank you. All right, I am coming back. Let's adjust. Knife. Plate. And one of these. Yallah, Bismillah. Oops, wrong plate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for the moment of truth. Getting the first piece out is always the hardest part. But if not, this piece right here in the middle is what I will be going for the final shot. All right, so it is not cooperating because it is still scorching hot. So when Macarona Béchamel is like scorching hot, fresh out of the oven, it does not hold. But as the bechamel cools, it does thicken more and more. So the piece will hold. So anytime you search this online and you see those picture perfect pieces of Macarona Béchamel, it's because whoever made it let it completely, not completely, but essentially cool down to where the bechamel sauce bonded better together with the pasta and with the meat and everything else. So that way it keeps its shape. All right, I'm going to have to eliminate this piece. Well, not eliminate, but take it out so that way I can easily make it to the middle piece, the piece that I do want to take out for the final shot. So just bear with me, please. Steaming hot. Steaming hot. So I'm just gonna set this off to the side. I'm actually going to give it a go for you guys while I let this cool down a little bit, so that way when I lift up this piece, it does not fall apart like this. This is literally steaming hot. Yallah, Bismillah. Bear with me for just a moment. I have to go grab a charger for my phone before it dies. All right, how can I do this? Let's see, how can I rig this? All right, YouTube, I'm gonna have to plug you in, and then that's not working. I need another cup. Actually, just use the sugar because it's heavy. Just like that. Move this. Yeah, I definitely need another tripod. There we go. That worked, I think. Oh, all is good. All is well. All right, let me go back to this. And if this middle slice doesn't work out, then I'm going to go for this middle slice. Take two. Okay, that's not so hot. Some of it did fall over, but that's okay. It is still scorching hot, and that is expected for that to happen. When making Macarona Béchamel. And YouTube just slid again. I apologize for the inconvenience. All right. Let me move this over out of the way. Don't need this for now. So here's the final. If I let this cool even more, like in the baking dish, then the shape will hold much, much, much better than this. So I'm going to raise my camera up again for the final couple shots. Then we are good to go. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Yallah, Bismillah. Oops. I need a fork, duh. If you let this cool for even longer, then it will take If you let this cool for even longer, then the bechamel will bond the pasta together. If you let this cool for even longer, then the bechamel will bond the macarona together even better. We'll hold the slice together even better. We'll hold the slice together even better. If you let this cool for even longer, the bechamel will act as a If you let this cool for even longer, the bechamel will bond the slice together even better. If you let the slice, what the hell am I saying? Oh my goodness. If you let this cool for even longer, the bechamel will hold the slice together even better. All right, let's review that one. That was so bad. If you let the slice. If you let this cool for even longer, the bechamel will hold the slice together even better. All right, I have one final speaking line to record, I believe. That is where I say, instead of living in misery, try this Egyptian-style macarona bechamel and be happy. Instead of living in misery, try this Egyptian-style macarona bechamel and be happy. All right, let's review that one. Instead of living in misery, try this Egyptian-style macarona bechamel and be happy. Facts. Yallah, Bismillah. I think that's everything. This is from the first slice. There, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Macarona Béchamel. Let me go grab the tray again for you guys to have one last look before I sign off here. So here it is. YouTube, you're down here, and TikTok. So thank you everybody who tuned into my live tonight. And thank you for all of you who stayed with me as as the smoke detectors were all going off throughout the entire house. Not just here, like in the living room and kitchen area, but also all of the bedrooms as well. It's a fun little adventure, this one. This is going to be for my New Year's special, which will, as soon as I sign off of these lives, I'm going to hop on my computer and I am going to start editing these videos, or this video, I should say. And as soon as I am done, I'll probably be done sometime after midnight based on what time it is right now. I have no idea what time it is right now. But I will be editing it and it will be posting sometime in the very early morning. So stay tuned for that, for the final cut of this recipe video for this Egyptian style Macarona Béchamel, aka Béchamel pasta. If you are not already following me on TikTok, go ahead and hit that follow. And if you are not already subscribed to my YouTube, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Yesterday, I did post a video asking you guys for your help to increase my subscriber count on not only YouTube, but also on my following on Facebook. And a lot of you did go over to both platforms and subscribe and follow there. So thank you to all of you who did that. I appreciate you. More recipes are planned out for this upcoming year. One of which is for agga, which is an Egyptian style omelet. Another one is for pickled lemons. Yes, pickled lemons, which is very popular in Egyptian culture. So that's also planned. Another one is eggs with basturma. I did make it while I was in Egypt, but I want to be able to make it here as well with my current setup and my style of videos. That's also on here as well. What else? And then these last three are part of like a part 1, part 2, part 3. Not where I won't show you the end result, but in order for me to make the last one, I need to make the first one. So the first one is to make clarified butter. The second one is to make morta. Morta is Arabic for milk solids. So when you make clarified butter, when you melt down a regular stick of butter, so this is not all butter. There's going to be milk solids and also water mixed in here. And if you buy salted butter, then obviously salt as well, but this is unsalted. So when you melt this down, it's going to separate the butter from the milk solids. And when you make the clarified butter, you harvest the clarified butter and you separate it from the milk solids. Morta is essentially a recipe where you save those milk solids and you turn it into like its own type of butter, I guess you can call it. So that will be the second one. And the third one, the reason why I need the morta or the milk solids is to make mish. Mish is a very popular aged cheese in Egyptian culture. And one of the fundamental ingredients to making the khamira, which is, I think, Arabic for like sauce in a way. I'm not sure on the exact translation of khamira, but it's essentially the sauce. I'm just calling it sauce. Don't think of it as tomato sauce. It's essentially the sauce that the mish cheese goes into. It has like a brownish color to it, which it gets from the color of the morta or the milk solids. So those are my upcoming recipe videos that I have planned out for you guys. Once again, thank you all for tuning in tonight. Happy New Year to everybody out there. I hope this year was a great one, and let's strive to be better in the upcoming year. So let's let me unplug you here. Thank you, YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging in there. And I plan to continue going live on YouTube more frequently as well. So thank you all and have a good night.